Hey YouTube, how's it going? Searnadrix here, getting back to Sear Plays. We're going back in for another Buster Swap style, since I kind of messed up the last one for Mega Man 2. We're going to be doing that one again. So let me get everything set up for it here real quick. And because Mega Man 2 went so fast last time, I've also prepared Mega Man 3 today. Now, I do like the original plan that I went with, where I started with Crash Man. I think I want to do that again because I do think having Crash Bombs as my primary buster is a lot more ideal. So, let's go! Hopefully I can not screw this up again. Because the thing I realized after I finished this was, oh, wait, hold on a moment. I had access to other Robot Masters the entire time. That means legally, by the rules that I have set for myself, I was not allowed to beat Metal Man. That a problem. That means I did a bad. So, we're gonna do the run again. That's okay. I like Mega Man 2. And getting to rock out to the Mega Man 2 music again is nice. You menace! Pest! You evil, evil tracking enemy! You knocked me off the platform! You're Durstamini! And you're blue! It makes you the blue meanie! But I am not John B. the Genie. Or Cowboy Curtis. Oh yes, this is a very old song that I'm very familiar with. Probably more than I should be, to be honest. And I'm getting out of here. I might in fact qualify as an old, but this is okay. At the very least, I'm old enough to do taxes, and, well, I just did, so hey, to my fellow US citizens, don't forget to do that. Simultaneously, I hate dealing with that nonsense. It's just not fun. I don't even get the normal benefit that I have this year. Because at the very least, when I have done my taxes in the past, I've gotten a tax payment. No such luck this year, unfortunately. Sitting here holding the right arrow button, thinking I'm moving up. But nope, I'm just moving to the right. But I can't do that on the ladder. I'm a silly. But my name isn't Billy. Alright. I get to go into this fight with full health now. Yay! Let's see if I can actually do this any better than they did the first time. Yeah, this is going much better. As soon as I say it, I knew I shouldn't have, but I did it anyway. I cursed myself. Pow, right in the kisser. Just as a reminder for anybody who may or may not have been with me last time, flashing screen warnings. This game has a lot of them. Alright. Now I have my crash bombs. And I have lost my Mega Buster. Can't go here! He's immune. So the real question is... who do I want to go for? Oh, hey, a lot of unfinished projects. Welcome back. The sound is better? Good to know. Thank you. You know what? Let's just go full weakness order. Screw this. We're going to Flash Man. No Mega Buster for me. This is all I get to work with now. Just gonna avoid all of those guys. That wall was very unfortunate. I wish I could get up there to get that, but unfortunately, utility is required. This place is so slippy. You ordered 6 deck boxes, but got 300 of them? Wow, that's a lot. That did not work, so I'm just not gonna bother with that. I really want that health, but I don't want to deal with that guy, so I'm just leaving. Was he just phasing through the floor? Terrifying. E-take! Woo! Uh-oh. I have made a mistake. Just gotta survive that and get into the boss hall. Okay, now I'm at least covered for how many lives I have. I'm going straight to Crash, or Flash Man after this. Oh boy. Woo! I got him before he set off his time freeze. Yep, a mega mistake. But I lived! There's that flashing screen I mentioned earlier. It flashing between red and blue is not great. And now... gotta go fast. Because if I don't, I die immediately, in very quick, painful, force beamy style ways. I'm just gonna grab that real quick. I'm going to need it! Nothing I can do about those. Down we go! Little spring hit annoyance. Definitely want to come over here, because I want both of those. I'm going to need them. Oh, you're immune to that, huh? Oh boy. All I can do is take damage and run. Eep. Ah! I caught the ledge! That was not ideal. Pretty sure getting hit by the fireball is less damage than just walking into it, so... Last fireball got launched like a catapult shot. It rocketed off the screen. Force beam to the face. Would not recommend. Oh yeah, taking that fireball is way less damage. But damage doesn't matter when force beams are instant death no matter how much health you have. So... shave and a haircut. Whew. Now I can jump over you. Haha. Uh-oh. Mistakes have been made. Okay, we're safe. Now comes the part where I find out that these don't affect Crash or Flat. Quick Band. I'm talking about Crash Band and Flash Band's weapon. Words. I can't do them. He just leapt right at me. These are so hard to hit you with because you move so fast. Well, I mean, they do work. They do a pretty good amount of damage to him, too. That's nice. Unfortunately, I'm also out of Flash Stopper. Gotcha! Whew. Nothing says aim good like only getting one shot. Okay, let's see. It's been long enough that I don't remember who's actually weak to Quick Boomerang. Maybe it was Bubble Man. We'll find out. Oh dear. That's immune to those too, huh? Well, it's not immune to the Quick Boomerang, so... I think thank goodness for small benefits. Yeah, got the little one. At least I have more options now. Shrimp Factory 1 destroyed. Yay, health. And we're just not going to worry about that last guy. Nope, we're scrolling them off screen. Not fighting those. Crab rain! Don't get pinched. How many lives do I have? Cool. That means I have time to experiment. Hopefully I won't have to. And I didn't. Quick Boomerang did enough. Oh yeah. I forgot to do something. Let's see. Crash Man, Flash Man, and Bubble Man. Also Quick Man. Now I've got Bubble Man's weapon, so it's time to go for Heat Man. This is a choice. This time I don't have item number 2. I have a utility, but it's not the one that's actually good at getting through here. There goes those guys. That one shoved me off to the side. It did it again! Come on! There we go. Worst utility. Ow. I actually did forget that the disappearing blocks covered me for that part. Alright, now we're into the actual bad part. This is not gonna end well. I second-guessed myself. That went exactly as well as I expected it to. If this doesn't work out here, then I'm definitely going to another stage. And I will just figure out another way to get to Metal Man. Or at least to get to Airman. Jumpy, jumpy! Yeah. That was exactly what I expected to happen there. Alright, close at least. Back to stage select. We're gonna come back for you, He-Man. I'm just gonna try my luck and see what happens. I don't think I have any of his weakness weapons, but maybe something I have will do decent. Sure not gonna use bubbles on him, because that's almost certainly going to fail. Watering a plant. What could go wrong? Well, I guess he's wood, not plant, so maybe. Water is bad for wood. Right. You're immune to those. Not these! Well, I do have to get really close for that. At least I get a full 3 count on those. I'm still having a hard time not singing along with the music. All those E-tanks I had are gone now too, right? That's unfortunate. Let's hit you. Well, I mean, he jumped, so. Awesome! Timed those boomerangs well. I can't believe I didn't get birded right there. It has? Let me get into a safe spot here and I'll double check my stream video here. Okay. Yeah, it's still running on my end. Sorry you're having trouble, Lot. Chickens! lucky health drop. Now I find out whether or not I can even beat this guy. That hits him through the shield? I have learned something today. Something incredible. Oh, that's delightful. Alright, now I can go straight to Airman. Which reminds me. Gotta mark off Woodman. Glad a refresh helped fix the problem for you. Hopefully you're having a good time still. And thanks again for stopping by. It's good to have you here. Hope you're having a good day. I don't have the coordination for that. Playing it on a dance pad. You know what? Yeah, sure. There. That gets rid of him. Spending a use of that isn't the worst. Yeah, unfortunately, all of my coordination is in my hands. Okay, I kind of like the name Rock Revolution. That's a great reference. My only question there is, which one becomes Rock Revolution Max? Ah, I should have waited. It's gonna happen eventually. You know what, for this particular area, having a multi-shot would be a better plan. X. Did DDR have multiple maxes? Because I thought it only had the one. I was too far to the left. There we go. Fortunately, I'm pretty sure I'm about to encounter birds again. Oh, these guys first. There's the birds! Pippi, you are the worst. Alright, I will forgive you for this one, Pippi. You just gave me free lives. How many did I just get? You gave me 2 of them? Alright, yeah, I forgive you, Pippi. Just 2 of them. Okay. Two sets of leaves, and he's gone! Now, his Airman's weapon is great against Crashman, but that's who I've already beat. So... And there's the other Flashy. I know there's still at least one more out there. Not sure how long you're planning on sticking around, Lot, but just so you know, in case you missed it, I will be getting into Mega Man 3 after I beat Mega Man 2 again, because I messed up the first run by forgetting that I could just lose the rest of my lives and then go fight another boss. Alright, mark off Airman. Onward! I'm back. This time I even have more lives. Ah! Now that's mean. I want that, but I can't have that. I don't think I would get it even if I jumped into the lava and died. Go ahead and get rid of that. Down I go. Tellies! Alright, if I do this right, from right here I may be able to still get that life. Nope. I was just slightly too high up. And now I have a checkpoint. Yay! Inch forward. Had to try the crash bomb. I remember a very old webcomic that I watched, well, I say watched, read through, called Bob and George, where they used crash bombs on Heatman, and it did not end well. I don't think that website is even still around anymore at this point, unfortunately. Flashing screens! I feel like those are easier than, like, the Wily stage bosses, because it's not going from, like, black to white, which is much brighter difference. And now, at long last, Metal Man. I went for you second last time, and I made a mistake. You are the reason I failed my last run. This time will be different. This time I'm here with all of the resources. I might be misremembering this. I could swear there was something that you could do to these. It would make them take damage. But I guess I am just kind of not remembering that right. I'll just switch back to my crash bombs for now. Going to a rock show? Nice! I got poked in the foot by a drill. Which wouldn't have been as bad if I hadn't been smashed a few times by some spike presses, but... well, the benefit of a damage boost. Hope you two have fun! Right at my feet? That's mean. Bouncy, 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 bounce. This time I can have it! Ha-ha! Fuego! But I'll tell you, one thing I definitely always underestimated is that exactly how strong these crash bombs are against these particular enemies. I didn't realize it took them out in one hit. It's also really good for these guys. Real downside to this setup is, I only have one shot that I can place. I really want that E-tank. And this time, I have a means of escape. That one came at me at high speed. Now, other than his own weapon, I'm trying to remember what Quick Man Metal Man is actually weak to. How many times am I going to do that today? How do you feel about boomerangs? I should have just went straight for you, huh? Right after Quick Man. Should have just came right here. Oh well. Away I go. And now, Wiley! I will never be able to hear this sequence without thinking of the Dwayne and Brando remix of the Mega Man 2 soundtrack. Such an old song. the wrong one. I need this one. This one climbs walls. One nice thing that I'm definitely happy about with the crash bombs is because they're so much taller, I can actually hit these guys. And that's very nice. Except that one. I can bubble it though. And like that, my problem is solved. Being able to come here with that many lives is very nice. Yes, come on, explode. Full recharge on that utility. Yay! Oh. Actually, you know what? Yeah. Metal Blade, goodbye. You know what? Boomerang! That was a fun channel to watch. Ooh, wow, Boomerang does more damage to them than the Metal Blade does. Good to know. Oop, too far. Did it again. Butterfeet. Just barely grabbed the edge of that last rung, but hey, barely counts. There's the auto scroll start. Gotta be careful to not go too fast here. Don't want to stand still. Made that mistake once. Not doing it again. And like that, Mecha Dragon is done. Didn't even give him a chance to eat me this time. For anybody else who swings by later, Lot and Disco are two of my friends. It was good to see them. You know what? No. Right. These guys. I mean, I'll take a freebie. Carry? I made a mistake! And I definitely need to make sure that has full charge. Otherwise, my ridiculous idea is going to fail spectacularly, worse than what just happened. Carry me away! Success! This time I remembered that path. It's a very difficult jump to make, but absolutely worth it. Now I'm gonna recharge this. Alright, that should be full E-tanks too. Yeah! We're stacked, kids. Now all I have to do is not screw it up. Asking a lot, I know. Boogers. That's what I was trying to get the entire time. There. I made it through and I have full utilities. Good enough. Squeaking through. It's a little hard to see, but you can actually tell the chains are down below where the fans are for these. Which just shows that glitch that I used in Mega Man 1 might still be a little bit present. Where you can kind of loop off the bottom of the screen to the top. Which honestly might be how the Mecha Dragon killed me before. Yeah. Ow. Ow. Stop spawning at my feet, jerk. Ta-da! I feel like this time is going even faster than last time. So, in the event that I end up completing both games faster than my normal stream, I never put the X over top of Metal Man. I do have a third thing prepped that I can run through. Because that seemed like fun. Since I am currently full on E-tanks, I'm not going to grab that yet. This, on the other hand, I will go ahead and top off Quick Boomerang. Down we go! Don't need either of those. I have full energy on everything now. Hop! Hop! Big fishy! It scared me. Ah. Spike drops. I moved too far to the left. The crazy part about that one is it's underwater, so you get slowed down and have more time, but I still mess it up. Too soon. Also, I know nobody can see this, but I am actually jumping in from the surprise of when that happens. Not exactly expecting it to happen. Third time's the charm, as they say. And so far, it's holding true. Five, six. Now that's just rude. You're rude too. Gutsozer, right? There we go. Up I go. Sure, I'll top off. I'm really happy for all those extra lives I picked up. They went to good use. Oh look, another one. Definitely gonna be getting that. I timed this right. Extra life! Hooray! I've certainly been going through them. Missed it. I did consider switching to a different weapon this time, but I just really like the crash bombs, to be honest with you. I have no reason to attempt that. Not this time. I still have 4 E-tanks. I'm good. I can't carry more than that, so... That was almost a tragic mistake. That. And now you can't touch me, haha. Bye. Jump. Jump. Come on. I know so far I've had a lot of short-term projects running, but I am curious. For anybody who does watch this, definitely leave a comment below about this. What other long-term projects would you like to see me do outside of Battle Network? Okay, and this time I'm not taking that chance. I did it once. I'm not doing it again. We're just taking the easy road over. Even though that circled around and hit you in the back, it didn't count because your shield was up. Wonderful. I get to go into the puzzle boss at full health. Okay. Really need that platform to go away now. And there we go. So on the top left there, the one that I just beat, that wall that's right below it, if you aim it right, you can actually get a crash bomb on the tile between them. Take out both the one above it and the wall at the same time. That's one of the ways that you can save some ammo in that fight. But you have to be able to do a jump to squeeze out the edge of the platform area there to do that, so not easy. Heat Man. I brought bubbles. I still have a hard time dodging him. Well, there's a pattern that you just can't dodge. Hello, Woodman. I discovered a new weakness for you that works infinitely better than anything else. Maybe he shouldn't have stood on that. I actually would have liked the health back. Hello, Quick Man. Yeah, that did exactly what I figured it would. He walked right into the explosion of that. That was nice. Hi, Crash Man. You're very allergic to those. I think next is Metal Man. Yep. Metal Man. Bye. That's still ridiculous to me. And Flashman is gone. And now, so am I! Bye, Wily! Last stop. As it goes. Silent. I'm just gonna go ahead and prep bubbles. Pretty sure even the after effect of the sprinkles from those can hurt you, so I'm trying to avoid them. And here we go. Alright, yeah, alien. Well, you're just a hologram, and we know that now. Yes, you're very spooky. You're also very fake. Wave goodbye to your machine, Wily. That did go faster. I cut off half an hour from my last time. And that was in spite of screwing around. Tee-hee. The other thing that I prepped probably will not be able to be completed unless I also beat Mega Man 3 in like an hour. But we have also already seen this, so I'm just gonna skip that part. And we're just gonna jump straight into 3. Which means, from here, I have to undo all of these X's. And Vader 2! This, I think, is my favorite title song from the classic series. 2 is still amazing, but this one sticks with me so much more. Could be because I played Mega Man 3 a lot more than 2. I remember talking about last time how I used to try to imitate the instruments. And in cases where there were multiple instruments going with two obvious notes like there are in this song, I would cover both of them separately. Let's get going. Now, this is something that I spent a lot of time thinking about. I'm not really sure which Robot Master's weapon I want to use, because what I figured out is Needleman's is too much like the Mega Buster. I don't think that's good as a particularly special way to play. Sparkman's doesn't do damage, so I can't use that one. Magnet Man, it's a homing shot. That hardly seems sporting. I am not using Topspin because that is the most unreliable weapon in the entire series. And Shadow Man's is basically just Metal Blade, but half the range and one less attack angle. So that one feels too strong. Which left me with Snake Man, Heart Man, and Gemini Man. I like the Gemini laser, but only getting one shot that bounces around and it's kind of hard to work with? I don't know. Search Snake, well, interesting. It's bubble lead, but it's a snake instead. So that one's not exactly wieldly. So I guess I'm going with Heart Man, even though, like, I don't really like his weapon that much. Maybe this will change my mind. At the very least, I know Hard Knuckle will break through walls, so it's something. You look familiar. Ah! Bees! I have been inflicted with a large influx of bees! And unlike Pippi, I can't just blow up the hive early. If I could reach the actual carrier bee, that might work, but I appreciate the bonus life. And now, oh no, a low ceiling. But how do I cross it? New to Mega Man 3, I can slide. Yeehaw! And boy does this game make you put that to use a lot. Also, I have a utility by default. Beat Rush! I have a dog! A dog that'll launch me right into a... I said launch me right into a cannonball. Twice, apparently. Because I'm bad. But I still have fun. Something I don't think I really talked too much about last time. At least I don't remember talking about it that much. Spaz Monkeys gonna spaz. Is that, well, these particular runs don't necessarily showcase it that well. I tend to lean more towards being a casual game player. Even though I've put a lot of time into it. And I started referring to this as the hardcore casual. So I'll put in hardcore hours playing casually. That's just what's fun for me to play. This is why I do a lot of modding. And I've just played enough Mega Man that these Buster Swap styles are kind of modding the game. Without just being straight up outright cheat codes. Which is how I used to play them when I was a little kid. Which that I do remember talking about. Ooh, I picked the right path. I just got a free E-Tank. Not the bees! Hello, new guy. Who is he? Whoever he was, he hurt a lot. Thank you for the hit points. I needed that. Think your name is Jumbig? They just don't make him like Big Eye. And that's a good thing. Big Eye is a menace, a terror, and a nightmare. The big beefy boys of every Mega Man game after that are actually not that bad. I got fisted. I am not gonna change how I said that at all. I also expected to die immediately, so... Heartman's so strong. He can freeze you in place while you're in the air, even though he's only shaking the ground. Gotta try to reset my timing here. So if I want to actually beat this guy, I have to pay a lot more attention to my defense than my offense here. I keep pressing to turn around, but I keep not turning around, and that's why I keep firing off to the outside edges there. It's almost like I'm getting hit with sticky controls or something. There we go. Lost the pattern, should stop trying to do fancy stuff to get more hits in. I don't think I have enough of the life to play with here. Well, I'm about to find out. Oh, I did! Good. That means this is my last one. No more freebies for me. Too far from the wall. Big owie. Big owie. Ah! Meant to hit continue, not stage select. We're gonna try that again. Right, because I picked up that extra life at the start. That's why I had one more than I thought I did. I forgot about that. I'm gonna pick those up, not that I really do anything with them. One thing that I definitely appreciate a lot more with the more recent Mega Man games is you eventually were given the ability to use new buttons to swap weapons without having to go into the weapon menu. I don't have that here. And I really kind of wish I did. Spaz Monkey, goodbye. I don't want anything to do with you. You are a spaz. Gonna grab that. Here we go. Forget this. I got him to leave me alone long enough that I can climb. That's good enough for me. I had an E-tank! I'm a fool! Oh, good. Time to die! I keep pressing the jump button, and I keep not jumping. Alright. I know there's health on the other side of this ladder. I'm going for it now. For how smoothly 2 ran. I was expecting 3 to do the same, but... all the movement, and there's like a 1/4 of a second delay at the end of every action I take that stops me from switching actions. So it's like canceling out movements, it's canceling out shots, it's canceling out jumps, and it's really getting on my nerves. I'll take that tiny little bit of health. wasn't supposed to be a jump. That was supposed to be a slide. I just got the double hit. Ow. I can at least rely on getting a shot in between, like this, a lot more easily. There we go. It's over! Now I've got your power! Unfortunately, it's the only one I can use going forward until I get more weapons. Because that just replaced my Mega Buster. Now you get the password by default. You don't have to go to a special screen for it. So with that, Hardman has been defeated. And my Buster has been replaced with his weapon. Okay, now it has been a long time since I've played this. I don't remember the weakness chain very well. Give me just a second. I have a way to figure this out. It's one of those things that I picked up for myself a very long time ago. It was a companion app for Mega Man that reminds you of who has what weaknesses. And it's you. That's such awkward menu navigation. Speaking of awkward. Okay, I pressed and held down, but the fist is going up. Sure. I should have used the laser. I do want that health, but yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. So the thing with Hard Knuckle is you can press and hold directional keys to change the direction the Hard Knuckle flies. Ah, you're immune to that. That's not good. Now, one thing that's important to point out, when Rush is out, I can still fire the Buster, but I cannot actually benefit from that. Because that still counts as using the Mega Buster. Damage boost through it, get the health and the life. And the delay between the attack going off and me pressing the button is very awkward. So is me getting held in the air as it's firing. This is going to take a lot of getting used to. The damage boost that it has is nice. Alright, I screwed up the timing. There we go. Spin! Spin! It's really more just disorienting, even though it doesn't really look like you're spinning. And like that, top man is solved. Whee! Oh no. I just realized how obnoxious it's gonna be to go through Gemini Man stage like this. I really should have picked Gemini Laser. Okay. I know you're the one who's actually weak to top spin. That much I remember. And if I remember right, I also take your weapon to Sparkman. The reason I avoided Gemini Man's weapon is because of the... If you miss, that shot is just bouncing around on screen until it's gone. There's so many of those guys. Oh, good. You take damage from this. Well, this is going to be the most awkward fight. Yeah. Not what I meant to do. Oh yeah. Let's mark off top man. Feeling a lot more confident that this is going to take up the rest of my time tonight. There's a lot of jank that I forgot about this weapon. that is definitely going to contribute to this taking a lot longer. There we go. I just need to start piloting the knuckle. There's so much about this stage I'm not looking forward to. This is one of them. Yep. Knew that was gonna happen. Oh boy, I still haven't found a checkpoint. Awesome. Love it. Yeah, that did exactly as much as I thought it would. Topspin is the worst weapon. It has its moments where it can really shine, because there are some things that, like, it's weak to topspin, but it's so unreliable. And that's what kills it for me. You were supposed to keep jumping, jerk. Yes, I want that help. Okay. Not being able to deal with those grenade walkers is really problematic. Just gonna wait for you to get off screen. Okay, I think this is a checkpoint. I just got stepped on by a frog. The frog checked me! Take this part nice and slow. Finding that. Hi, Yanbo. Thank you for that help. I'm going to need it. I'm also probably going to have to spend one of those E-tanks that I have here. You know what? I'm not even going to if that. I'm just doing it. Alright. Here we go. So, there's a few things about topspin. Obviously, there's how close you have to get. It does not protect you from damage. And you have to throw your body at the enemy. It uses a inconsistent amount of weapon energy, and it does not always do damage. Sometimes, you can hit a target that is supposed to take damage from it, but it just won't do damage. It's so awkward and weird and just kind of broken that you can't rely on it. Okay. Now I have a proper weapon I can work with. Oh yeah, that's something else that was different about this. You only get one shot instead of the 3 that you would with the metal blade. It also stops you from moving if you're still on the ground. And that's the range it has. Oh, I also picked up Rush Marine. That's good. That'll be helpful later. This is one of my favorite songs from all of the classic series. Hello, Life. Hello, Life! Suspicious video game generosity has engaged. This hallway looks ominous. But it's fine right now. That was another life. Okay, that is only dropping small pickups. I don't want to keep doing this. I was hoping it would drop like a large health or a large weapon energy or something, but it does not. See? Interested in doing that. I almost got belted in the back of the head by one of those things. And knocked into a pit. Spark Shock! I think this was also the first time where it had the end of stage power absorption animation, which was really cool. All right. Sparkman down. Hey, Doghouse. I made choices for Mega Man 3, choices that I'm regretting. My Buster swap was for the Hard Knuckle. When I get into the next stage, I'll explain to you why that was such a mistake. Like, the worst mistake I think I have made. I'm also recognizing, now that I'm finally back into playing Mega Man 3, boy, movement here is kind of sticky. So, this is Hard Knuckle. I get 1, it shoots my fist. It rockets off. It does high damage. This can destroy walls. I can also hold up to move it up, and down to move it down. I can also do a wavy pattern with it. This is the fire rate. I am mashing the attack key. And it will stop me mid-movement, which is the most awkward thing. It also seems to have an inconsistent hitbox. So, I'm gonna avoid using that now. Especially when I have Shadow Blade. This guy. There. I saw that missile coming for me. Yeah, my alternative was to go for a stage that would have been difficult to complete with no utilities, but the weapon itself was at least decent. You still only got 1 shot out of it, but it's a laser that bounces around the screen. As long as it is on screen, you don't get another one. Which makes it very difficult to use. I somehow selected Rush Jet, even though I don't have that yet. That was cool. Okay. Ta-da! To explain a little bit about why I did not choose the Shadow Blade, it's a little too close to the Metal Blade, and Metal Blade was the possibly most broken weapon in the entire series. You got a ridiculously cheap ammo count for a very powerful weapon that almost everything was weak to, including the boss who gave it to you. And you had full 8-directional triple shot out of it. There was basically no drawback. With Shadow Blade, I can do... I'm holding straight down right now, so I can't even shoot down, but I can do upward diagonals, and I only get 1 of them. It also clearly boomerangs out and comes back to me, so it doesn't even go the full screen length. So they definitely balanced what used to be Metal Blade. But it still felt a little too close to Metal Blade for me to feel comfortable picking it as my primary weapon here. Since you were here last time, I think, you got to see what Bubble Lead does. It basically goes straight to the ground and follows the ground until it encounters a wall, and then it just disintegrates. That's what Search Snake does from Snake Man, and that didn't seem like a very viable weapon to me. The Spark Shot that I just used on Magnet Man, that is the only place where that does any actual damage. Everywhere else is basically just a paralyzing attack. So that was definitely out. Topspin is universally recognized as the worst weapon in the entire Classic series. I'm inclined to agree because it's very inconsistent, very buggy, and you basically have to take damage anytime you want to use it. So it's not very helpful. And then Magnet Man, well, I'm going to be showing you why that one was a no-go immediately. But it looks like I have hit a point where we have actually completed one of the weapon chains. That was another weird thing about Mega Man 3. The 5 who I've beaten had a complete chain, because Magnet Missile is what you use against Hard Man. Snake Man is weak to Needle Man. Needle Man is weak to Gemini Man, and Gemini Man is weak to Snake Man. And there's no crossover. So, I think out of these options, the one I would want to deal with first, probably Needle Man. And the reason I didn't want to deal with Needle Man as my primary weapon is because it's just too close to the Mega Buster. It basically wouldn't be changing anything at all. Magnet Missile is a homing missile. That was immediately listed under the, this would be too broken to do a proper run on. You also got to miss the very obvious fail compilation of me getting my butt handed to me by Hardman. Okay, I screwed around a little too much there. I'm getting spiked! I don't know how I keep selecting Rush Jet, but I'm definitely not going to be using it. I don't even know if I would be able to, because it's doing something weird. Because even though I can select it, it has no weapon energy. And like that, the Hammer Joes are gone. Uh-oh. Thank goodness you're not Big Eye Durable. So, So this is pretty much going to be an instant or an instant life loss as soon as I go in here. So let's have a little bit of fun and see what weapon I can hit him with. I got to fire one attack. That sounds about right. You know what? I'll just show you top spin real quick. I can only use it when I'm jumping. It doesn't use any ammo right now. But if I run into somebody with it, I can use, like, maybe 2 points of it. Or I'll use, like, 8 points of it and take damage. Or I'll drain the entire meter in one go and do no damage. Okay, you are immune to that. And that. Okay, good. I do have a weapon I can use against you. I just have to do more damage than you do to me. That did not go well. Probably should have just used my other E-tank, but I was committed. Okay, this time I am going to use the E-tank. Because I'm not going to be able to fight him again if I don't. Because I am almost out of Shadow Blade. And that is the only weapon I have that can hurt him. And now I officially have Rush Jet. Hooray! Password screen! I marked off Snake Man earlier. I am a fool! That was the wrong guy. That was supposed to be Magnet Man. There we go. Alright, now we can get the Snake Man. So, this is the Needle Buster. Good fire rate. Tight cluster, but is basically just the Mega Buster, with some slight variations in height of shot. So, if I'm gonna do a Buster swap, I gotta do something crazy with it. For similar reasons, I'm also not going to be picking Pharaoh Shot when I get to 4. Oh yeah, Needle Buster also has that built-in auto shot. I should stop using that. That's the boss weakness that I need. Right, that doesn't attack down. Fill my health up. That guy dropped his head. your day been, Doghouse? Mine was full of work and taxes. Why am I trying to challenge this guy from above? I'll just get down here and fire away. That's much safer. There. Nice of you to spend your break here with me. Definitely hope I can help you relax a bit. Clouds! Not taking shots at those. That's a bad idea waiting to happen. I just got shoved off. What even? I'll go ahead and ask the question again. Are there any long projects you would like to see me pick up outside of Battle Network? Because right now I've just been doing a lot of short stuff. Well, I say short stuff, but it still basically takes me the whole stream to get through some of these. It did it again! Well, I say short stuff, but... Okay. I don't like that area now. Energy! That's fair. Maybe it'll help if I throw some ideas out there for other things that I'm open to playing. There's a few Minecraft mod packs that I'm familiar with that I wouldn't mind doing a run-through of, like, the primary quest line. There's longer Legend of Zelda randomizers. Things like Wind Waker. I don't know how well I'm interested in Ocarina of Time, but that is technically on the table as well, because it's something I know how to do. It's just not my favorite out of the series. I know that Twilight Princess is technically randomizable, but it's in like a beta state right now. So I'd have to look a bit more into that one. There are also other survival crafting games that I'm familiar with, like Raft, that are moddable, that I would be open to playing. Not getting shoved off by that again. Snake Man, I'm gonna spike you. Get me out of this place! I actually do like snakes a lot, and I did use Search Snake as much as I could find use for when I was a kid. It's just not a very helpful weapon in a lot of situations. All right. Now all that's left is choice number 3 of my original 3, because Snake Man was the second. Just to show that a little bit. That's what it does. At least this one can climb. And of course, this is also the stage where the rest of my consequences for my poor choices are going to come to fruition. At least with the Needle Buster, I'll still have the opportunity to do like quick mini shots, but I'll explain why I realized how much of a bad decision that may have been once I get to the part of this stage where that's going to become relevant. Wait. I just remembered. I don't fight you this time. You just do something nice for me. Which was very helpful of you, friend. I still have no idea what your deal is, but no special. Into the pit with me. Oh, I wanted that. I wanted that real bad. Good thing this version of Rush Jet is really broken. Alright, here's the place where I realized, oh, I have made some choices. So you remember the fire rate of Hard Knuckle? Oh, it can't even damage those. Oh boy. Yeah, it's a good thing I stopped off at some other stages first. That can't do it either, huh? Well, as much as I would like that bonus up there, I'm not allowed to have it. Just gonna fill that up. And that. Because we're gonna want that stuff later. Alright. Height! Yeah, I'll leave that behind. I'll be fine. Yumbo! Penguins! Catch this star. I do want that health up. Didn't want to spend 2 rush coils on that, but here we are. However, best place to use Rush Marine. Did any of those game ideas sound any interesting, or like they'd be fun to watch, Doghouse? I just got ran over immediately, like he was a lawnmower. That's enough out of you, mister. And now I have the second viable option weapon. Which, honestly, probably would have been better, and that fight also probably would have gone better. I also wouldn't have found myself in a situation where the weapon I had didn't work on half of the enemies I was encountering. Wait, what's this? Doc Robot? Yes, we get to relive 4 of these stages. Fun little bit of trivia that I learned about these things. Doc Robot is a little bit of a mistranslation. They were originally called Skull Robot in Japanese. But because less was known about the language at the time here in America, when it got translated to American, they thought Doku was Doc, as in doctor, and not skull. And mistakes were made. That's okay though, because that also led, I think, to another robot master named Skullman, who was way more skull themed. And it kind of worked out in the long run. Metal Man, huh? Oh hey, that's actually doing some damage to you. Don't like the idea of using Search Snake on you. Yeah, that went exactly as well as I thought it would. You don't care about that. There's the one we use on you. Which makes sense. But we're not done yet. That's not all! We have a spike drop to do! And now this drop act that looked ominous earlier actually isn't that bad. Honestly, the one from the underwater area in Wily stages of Mega Man 2 was actually harder to get through. That's okay, the games will definitely compensate for that later. Mega Man came up with some really mean spike drops in later games. 11 comes to mind immediately. Not looking forward to that part. I will take 2 free lives. Because, boy, I could definitely use those. Quick Man. I immediately got stepped on. You know what? He's pretty likely to run into this. I raise you a bouncing laser. You still hit like a truck. Definitely not using that. Oh, good. That did exactly as much as I figured it would. Oh wow, Search Snake does a lot to you too. Okay. Honestly, that one's going to be a lot more reliable because he has to touch the ground more. I would much rather be trying to use Search Snake on him. Okay, Search Snake it is. It's still Quick Man. He's still a spaz. And there we go. The demon is gone. We'll never see Quick Man again. Good riddance. Whee! Jumping right into spikes! You know what? If I have no lives left... Confetti! Let's try that again. Now I have lives again. Thank goodness the Mega Man games actually allowed invincibility frames to prevent you from dying to spikes immediately. Weren't always so lucky back in the days of Mega Man 1. I just got a little bit of an energy recharge from something that dropped off of that, but no idea what it was. Hi, Airman! I'm gonna beat you again. Doc Robot is also a very chunky boy. I'm just gonna go ahead and use this because I want to hit the checkpoint. And this guy hurts. Wow. Alright. Reset! I paralyzed the needle in midair. That was fun. They may be paralyzed, but they still have physical contact. Grab that full heal, or big heal there. Go ahead and get the free life up here. I'm bouncing around like that because as long as I'm not touching Rush, I'm not spending energy. Now, instead of trying that, that's what I get for not watching my health closer. Really should have been paying more attention. That's not doing enough damage. Alright. Gotta use one more. Here we go again. Airman went through some elite training. Shimmy. Yeah, I'm good on Rush Jet. I'll go ahead and refill Magnet Missile. Due to the nature of this part of the stage, getting through here without firing is not really an option. So, what I'm going to do is a little bit of cheesy. Fail. And then I jumped right into the dragonfly. That's the unfortunate part about this stage. I no longer have the weapon energy to continue. My only option is to keep bringing Yanbo back and hope that it drops the energy I need. Well, and then I just screwed that up. So, I can do it from over here now instead. Most obnoxious part about the game. Those weapon energies don't respawn if you die. And you do kinda need them to get anywhere further in with Rush Jet. If it keeps dropping these tiny ones, this is going to be a very slow process. Well, I mean, I'll take the extra life. It's just not what I'm wanting right now. On the off chance I didn't elaborate on it properly in a previous video, I think there is value in being able to play hard games like Mega Man in a casual sense, because it makes the game more available to people who wouldn't otherwise play them. For that reason, I'm honestly not opposed to people using cheat codes if it's something that they enjoy for the game. Because that's one thing that I have definitely experienced myself, is the difference between being able to enjoy a game for what's in it compared to enjoying a game the way it was meant to be played. Sometimes you just don't have the skill and don't want to develop the skill to actually be good at the game, but you still want to experience the game and the story that it's telling and the mechanics of it. It's kind of hard to get that without developing the skill. And there are some games where it's very much a you missed out on something if you weren't good at the game and didn't play it. And I don't think that makes you invalidated or anything like that. for wanting to play it your way. At least this thing is consistently giving the tiny energies, but I would like something a bit more than the tiny energy. And of course, as soon as I say that, it stops dropping them. So I'm just gonna say this. If I get done filling this up, and I end up not being able to make it to the other side again, if there is any weapon energy left on Rush Jet, I'm turning on an infinite energy thing for that just so I can continue this. Because I do not want to go through this farming again. This is just grind fest until I get what I need, and I'm not enjoying this, and I can't imagine it's very fun to watch. Just slide to the left, slide to the right, pick up items, slide to the left, slide to the right. Make a mistake, realize I just picked up one of the things I'm looking for the wrong equipped item. Alright, there we go. Jeez. Now I just have to make it into the final corridor. I have been granted a suspicious amount of extra lives. Okay, that thing just rolled away. I'm fine with that. I got the health I needed. And here's the corridor. Good. Checkpoint achieved. Crashman! Will we put him in the trash can? Eventually we will. Gotta find the right weapon to do it with, that's all. I feel like Search Snake might work. I was wrong. Does not care about the laser. Needles work okay, but they're not amazing. Forget it. We'll try magnets. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, good. It's hard knuckle. That's a terrible weapon to fight him with. I am so glad I'm not doing perfect runs. That would have been awful. Yeah, let's do revisit Gemini Man. Hey, that hole's still here. The bonus isn't. Honestly, recognizing now that Shadowblade has only upward angles to it, I feel like I probably would have been fine if I had selected that one as my weapon. Although fighting Shadow Man with just the Mega Buster is not an ideal situation. Alright. This'll one of these is Bubble Man, I remember that. This one's Flash Man, though. Don't want to walk back here. Ooh, you don't like needles. Get through the gate, immediate forced rush coil. They gave you a dog, and they want you to use him. Another great place for Brush Marine. Okay, get a little bit of health back there. And this is probably where I fight Bubble Man. Well, we know he didn't like Metal Blades. Maybe he doesn't like Shadow Blade. Seemed pretty effective to me. Whee! And now, Shadow Man revisited. Oy. Okay. Standard loadout of lives. Let's grab that. Don't try to speed down that ladder, you'll end up touching the spikes and dying. Chunky. These platforms are annoying. Cool, it bugged out. Eep. Oh, that sucks. Alright, we're just gonna reset. I don't want to be down a life already starting back from here, and I've got an easy way to do it. Confetti! I once again selected the default. Now we get to come back in with full energy on stuff. So, I pushed the button! But it didn't accept. Down I go. Again, I just keep hitting the default. Let's see. Excuse me. I am confident I did not touch that. Oh, I guess I can speed drop there. I must be thinking of one of the fan games that did that to you. Just probably make a good Mega Man level. Speaking of the Make a Good Mega Man level games, I will be playing through those during this Classic Series run, because those are very good games. I'm just gonna use Rush Jet to get through there at this point. I tried doing it legit, but the game didn't want me to. And neither did my fingers, apparently. That part I can get through just fine. This part, on the other hand, I'm over this. Away we go. Wood! Don't like that. The checkpointing on these are really bad. Cool, that wasn't what I was trying to do, but that makes for an easy excuse to just do a full reset at this point, because this is the last life. I do not like the checkpointing on 3. Not for these stages, anyway. They are very rude. I can definitely tell the difference between running through this legit and running through it with full cheats. Boy, am I feeling that right now. Yeah, that guy's just gone. I'm gonna let him leave. Okay. Didn't get to try this. The temptation for infinite health is strong. These guys hit way harder than they have any business hitting. And the fact that there is not a checkpoint leading up to any of them is not good. See, I haven't tried... I don't think I even got to hit him with that. Because his real weakness was atomic fire, but I don't have a fire weapon on this setup. See, this right here is what gets me. This is a boss hallway right here. This should have a checkpoint. But it doesn't. Does just as much as Search Snake does, but Search Snake is easier to use. That does basically nothing. And I am not about to topspin him. So, Search Snake is my best option in fighting him. Cool. I call bullshit. Stage is making me go full tilt. You wouldn't like me at full tilt. I get crazy. That's when I start doing things like super busted. No. Snakes. Be gone. Checkpoint. Good. Okay. It better not be this. I was afraid of that. This is my last life. Fuck this stage. Ugh. All right, for free. Hi, Brakeman. Are you the guy I've been seeing this entire time? Well, kind of. You're a little different. That didn't work. Missile! Nothing. Topspin! I said topspin! Nothing. Well, that definitely just bounced off. Laser! Nothing. That was my last life anyway, I'm fine with this. Now I get to do a proper reset. Try again! Only got 3 other weapons I can try. Snakes! Nothing. Lightning, nothing. Ninja stars, nothing. A dog! Okay, joke's over. I can actually only hurt him with the Mega Buster. And this is forced use. There is no way to get any more progress in this game until I defeat him. He is legitimately only weak to the Mega Buster. Oh no! Right after we received the last element! Wily ran off with Gamma! Wily? At least this flying saucer sounds a little better. You and your wiggly eyebrows! Early generosity that I am happy to see after all that. Doc Robot was an interesting concept. There are many things that were flawed in the execution. Examples include being too chunky to jump over, with a lot of robot masters that really want to just come up and hug you, so that you have to jump over them. Complete, utter lack of proper checkpointing. Borderline inexcusable. The only reason I give credit on it is because this was only their third installment of the game. Not exactly something they had ran too much into. At the same time, absolutely awful design. Nothing about that was okay. Wow, I can just punch them and be done with them. That's cool. Hear me into those. Get me out of here! I remember you. This is one of the few places where top spin actually can be helpful. Yeah, I'm fine with this. That, on the other hand, I'm definitely going for. I will not leave behind a spare life. That is me spitting in the face of all kinds of things with this game. But it's easy to go back and retrieve. I'm getting the life. I will be tempting fate if I don't. Uh-oh. The bees caused my doom. And there went that life I picked up. Guess it's a good thing I grabbed it. We're just gonna scroll these off screen now. Because that's the thing I can do. It is within my power. Go ahead and recharge a few of my utilities here. Oh, I know what this is. Yellow Devil remade. Immune to that, huh? There was nothing there, and then suddenly, I died. Speaking of terrible checkpointing, absolutely zero checkpoints here, huh? How awful. You know what? Before I go into this fight... Okay. Don't like that, but... Gotta work with what you got. Definitely over this place. Ah. Nothing good ever comes of not having a full rush yet. That was very rude, shot man. That needs to go away. Yeah, I'm fine not recharging top spin. Nothing up there I care about. Bye! Let's see. I do actually want to go up there because there might be something good in those. I don't think I've brought it up yet, but extra life? Yes, please. Okay, that was definitely worth it. The way that I'm doing the infinite energy thing is actually through a cheat. Supposedly, this guy is weak to top spin. But you have to be able to get it right on which one of the three he is. So, I don't know that I want to keep trying that. Too soon. Why isn't this the checkpoint? Yeah, he made me wait the top spin, but that works just as good, if not better. That was way more reliable and hit plenty hard for my liking. I'll just save the last one for something later if I need to come back. I have 2 attack buttons? Ah. Okay. That's a turbo attack, basically. That definitely swings faster than I can. Well, we know what that means. Rematch. Goody. And I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna get a checkpoint here. Needleman, you're weak to lasers. Not sure what was going on with him there, but he wanted to stay over there, and I was happy to let him. Magnet Man. You don't like electricity. So we're gonna shock ya. You know, I wasn't expecting to get that right. But here we are. Everything else is on this page. Goody. Definitely not that one. Only Metal Man had the problem of being weak to his own weapon. Top spin, really not putting in a lot of work there, but oh yeah. Alright, which means last has to be Snake Man. And Needle Cannon is my weapon. That needed the biggest recharge. Still not recharging top spin. Honestly, those aren't missing enough for me to want to go up there. Good thing I have all these E-tanks. I'm just gonna punch that dome. We're almost there. Bing, 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 bing. That wasn't wily at all! Surprise! Is yet another hidden stage. Still not recharging top spin. I don't even need it for this fight. I am gonna get that, however. And those. Alright. This is gonna be a hell of a fight. Specifically for this part right here. So I think the only thing that hurts him now is Search Snake. And being down there is not a good place. Pretty sure those spikes are instant death. Alright. Mega Man 3 complete. This game was so much more annoying than I remember it being. Those nostalgia goggles. They did a lot. Mega Man, you've regained consciousness. I found you lying here when I arrived. I wonder who brought you here. This whistle. It must have been Proto Man. The reveal! It was Proto Man the whole time. We get a little scroll through here of the Dr. Light numbers. Because all of the robot masters from the first Mega Man game, Dr. Light actually built. Everything after that, it's a little up in the air, but most people just kind of assume that Wily built the rest. Roll was number 2. Mega Man was number 1. But before Mega Man, there was Proto Man. That's right, rock and roll have a brother, and his Japanese name is Blues. So, final stages notwithstanding, my god, this game was so much harder than I remember it being. Like, even the original 8 Robot Masters were a lot more difficult than what I remember. And I think a lot of it has to do with how the controls feel playing the game. Because that sticky movement really did a lot. Like, a lot more than I expected it to make this way more challenging. And operating the entire time with Hard Knuckle as my base weapon? Oh, that was such a mistake. I should have taken Gemini Laser. And, of course, posthumously, I also understand now, like, there were more nerfs to Shadow Blade than I thought. Since you could only really do, like, the upward angles, that was a lot less powerful than I remembered it being. And only getting one of the stars definitely significantly less effective than 3 8-directional blades that will cut through anything and keep going if it kills something. Whereas the Shadow Blade will just break on contact even if it kills the thing. It honestly feels like what Metal Blade would have been if it were properly balanced for Mega Man. That said, the original Metal Blade was still a very fun weapon, and I don't regret having access to it because it was fun to use. And I don't think the credits are gonna go anywhere. And they don't, nothing appears to be responding to my key presses, so we're gonna do this. And then we're gonna do this. Three games complete. 3 to go. Of the rest of these, the only one that I'm really that familiar with is 6, because I didn't get to play 4 and 5 until way later in life. So, back when I had a NES, the Mega Man games that I had were 2, 3, and 6. I never saw 1, 4, or 5. Ever. They were just never available for me to grab. So, when I saw 6, I'm like, well, obviously there must be a 4 and a 5. But they never showed up in any of the game stores, so I never had them. The first time I actually got to experience Mega Man 4 and 5 was on the GameCube Mega Man Collection, where it had 1 through 8 and the 2 Power Battlers arcade games. So, from what I remember of them, because it has been a bit, 4 is where it introduces charge shots. 6 is where the charge shot becomes what it stays for the rest of the series. And 4 also introduced things like additional utilities and full screen damage weapons. Obviously, those are going to be outlawed for Buster Swap, because that's just too much. And what I'm thinking currently for who I'm going to be picking as my initial target, I'm thinking either Drillman or Ringman, because Pharaoh Shot brought back some of the old power from Metal Blade, where it has the downward angles again. It just doesn't go straight down, I think, unless you jump, and then maybe that even then it's still like an angle. But the trade-off here is you can also charge it, and you'll have an extra shot above your head that you can run into things and damage them. But when you release the attack after that, it still blasts a full charge shot. That is so busted that I cannot justify using that as my infinite weapon. Dive Missile might not be bad, but it's going to be awkward to use, and for the most part, it still shoots kind of a straight line. It just has a bit of a homing property to it. You really only get to fire, I think, one, maybe two shots at a time, but still. Dust Crusher from Dustman is a decent weapon. It's kind of a lobbed shrapnel type of attack. I don't know if I want to go there, but it would be something that's an option for me. And Skull Barrier, it's not a great shield, but I don't think it's necessarily the worst in the series either. So realistically, I'll probably end up doing Drillman, Ringman, or Dustman as my initial. And for 5... Gravity Man is right out. I already know that, because that's a screen clear move and ain't touching those. Wave Man, it's another one of those the attack follows the ground problems, and it's kind of the same problem with Charge Man, because it's a slide attack essentially. Power Stone is awkward, but I could use it. It's just not an easy ability to use. And then Crystal Man and Napalm Man, I feel like their abilities are probably okay. And I don't think Gyro Man's is that bad either. It's like a slower version of Magnet Missile, so it's going to be less reliable to hit with. But it mostly goes in a straight line, then I have to manually direct it to move, rather than have it be automatic. So that one's probably where I will, like, out of all of them, I think that's the one I would be most likely to use, because that one takes actual skill to aim properly. And it still has the benefit of being able to shoot in a straight line. As for 6... I'm thinking probably Night Crusher, because Windman's Tornado ability is another follow the ground move, and those are unreliable. One thing I will go ahead and say for 6 is the utility armors. I still have to put some thought into that, because I'm not sure if I want to allow myself to do that. Because both of them come with their own buster attacks, but you have to use the utility armors to get around at various points in the game, including being able to do things like take alternate paths, which you have to do if you want to get one of the unlockable items. Flame Man's weapon is okay, but I don't know that I would call it a viable weapon. Plant Barrier is Plant Barrier. It's the first shield that actually lets you move, at least. It's just not very strong. Because if I remember correctly, anything that touches that barrier, it goes down, even if it's just a shot from an enemy. One moment, need to hydrate. Blizzard Man, his weapon is interesting. It covers a wide range, but it's very slow moving, so it's not exactly a reliable attack, because until every single snowflake is off of the screen, I don't think you can fire another shot. Yamato Man kind of falls under the same reason why I didn't pick Needle Man. It's still a straightforward shot, there's nothing else to it, and that one actually can penetrate some armors. So that actually is just straight up stronger than the Mega Buster at some points. So I don't feel good about that one. Silver Tomahawk is another one of those. Technically it would be on the table, but hitting with that is going to be really awkward. Night Crusher itself is awkward to hit with, but it also is not a very fast weapon. And aiming it can be a bit of a thing. So I don't feel bad about having that one on the list. Even though it can be a very strong weapon to have. Of course, fighting Nightman without Yamato Spear is really a thing. So not really sure. Certainly not going to be Centaur Man, because Centaur Flash, screen clear. And that's just too much power. That said, I do have about 20 minutes left, which is definitely not enough time to continue anything here. So let's do this. Gonna load up the museum here just for some softer music. Although I guess this one is a lot more repetitive, huh? I'll just do this. There, that'll make it a little easier for folks to hear me as I continue talking, and I can just have some pleasant background music for a bit. So, the third thing that I had prepared was a Link to the Past randomizer seed, but I built it to run as a classic open with no special effects on it, and I was going to have it set so that I could try to speedrun it. It has been a very long time since I've actually tried to race the clock on one of those, so I don't know if I would even be able to do as well as I had before, but it's something that I probably could finish within 2 to 2.5 hours. I had no idea how long I was going to take on Mega Man 3, so I came prepared. I definitely don't have enough time to get into that tonight, because I close out in about 18-ish minutes. And I think what I'm probably going to do is just load up something that I can kind of putz around with. Something that'll just be an easy background way to play. Not sure. That looks like a fun game. Bear with me for one moment. I'm going to get everything set up here. I don't think... Here we go. So, this is a weird little game called Ball X Pit. Content update? It also does not look like it is properly capturing the game. There we go. Now it's actually running the way it's supposed to. Turn the game audio up again. Yay, construction's completed. So, this is a wacky little game. If anybody has ever played the old breakout games where you're like a little paddle at the bottom and you're trying to bounce a ball up to the top to break blocks that are up there with it, this is kind of similar, except it's also a bullet hell game. Instead of being a paddle, you're playing a character. The character is where all the ball comes from, but you can fire off multiples of them, and the whole point of it is to break the enemies. Okay, all of them have completed the first stage. That's good. And none of them start with a lightning one, do they? Nope. Let's see. Pierces enemies until it hits a wall. That's not ideal. I'll go with the itchy finger. And I'm gonna go back to Boneyard, just as a demonstration of the game. Because by the time this run completes, that should be roughly the time I have left. The character just automatically fires, so I'm not even really holding down any buttons here. At least for this character, anyway. That's one of his special things. Each character acts differently. There are some characters where when you go into this screen, they will automatically pick for you instead of you getting to decide. This particular character just fires shots automatically, and all you do is move the cursor around to aim it. The reason I didn't want to go with the mummy is because if you happen to run out of balls to shoot, because they're all stuck at the back for some reason, you have to wait for them to break through to the front before you can do anything else. And that is not in your favor in a lot of scenarios. But this was a fun little game that I watched somebody play a while back. And I thought it looked fun enough to pick up and play for myself. And I have had fun with it. AoE effects increased. Yes. I'm intending on going for an AoE setup. These little gems that you see laying all over the place are the XP pieces. Yeah, I'll spend a reroll. Lightning! Yeah, that's what I want to see. Now I'm going to pick this up. Awesome. So the little swirly thing that was there, the way it works is if you have two balls that are maxed out for their abilities, you can fuse them. Some of them have a specialty fusion, which is what you were seeing in the bottom right side of the info screen there while I was in the level up menu. Wind and lightning make one of my favorites. So I am definitely going for that. Storm is very strong. But if you don't have any that are, or if you don't have at least two that are maxed level like that, instead what it gives you is this option called Fission, which gives you anywhere between 1 and 5 item level ups. I will upgrade this and grab this. Beautiful. I don't know if you can see it super great on my screen here, but right around the crosshair, there's these tiny little plus signs. That's how many balls you can shoot for your character. This one in particular gets, I think, extra, but he just fires them automatically. And they also have this spread effect, whereas most of the characters, it'll shoot in a straight line. It doesn't stack with anything I have right now. Silver Bullet is not good for the build I'm setting up. That works. We're gonna fuse fire and light and make the sun. All right, evolution available. So I can pick either Inferno or Storm. I'm gonna be taking Storm, but essentially, this combines the effects of the two that it fuses. So wind can pass through enemies and do damage to them, whereas fire ignites things when it hits them. So Inferno will pass through things and ignite them. Storm eventually turns into chain lightning effects and is just in general stronger. Fire is good for damage over time. I want burst. Storm is good for this. And if you aim it straight to the side as best you can, it bounces and passes through more enemies. As you can see, it's having a field day up there. That whole aura that's around it, everything that it passes through in that aura causes the electric damage effect from it. And that's the kind of damage we're looking at. Which is pretty good. Go ahead and upgrade light. Uh-oh, wall's widening. Whatever could that mean? Mini-boss! So when it comes to bosses, this is one, excuse me, one of those times where you really do kind of want the stuff to get stuck behind them. Because the more it bounces in quick succession, the more damage it does. At least that's been my experience in playstyles so far. Obviously, everybody's going to be playing it differently, but that's what's worked for me. Try to get some bounces off the front with the little guys, and then aim to get it stuck on the boss when the boss shows up. Having a healer would be nice. Yeah, I'm gonna grab that. Now, something I can do with this guy specifically is just chain gun shots right off the front of the boss. He's strong like that. I can pick up lightning again. That's fun. I'll see if I can get cross laser. Didn't work out. That's fine. Evolve light and fire into sun. So light adds a blind effect, and obviously fire burns them. So, now the light blinds everything and causes burns at the same time. Behold my power. Ooh, that was good. Yeah, I'll take Storm upgrade. For now. We're also going to see some really wacky nonsense here in a bit. So eventually, Sun is going to hit level 3. Only upgraded my healer effigy. Ah, well. And once the Sun gets leveled up to level 3, which is the max level for every ball that you get, I'm gonna fuse it to Storm. Because I have never done that before, and I think that would be really broken. Obviously, there's some roguelite elements to this. Oh good, vampire. Yeah, I'll spend money for a reroll. I'm gonna banish both of those. And roll again. I'll just take the goblet. I was really hoping to get a level up for Sun out of that. Didn't quite work out that way, though. This will probably do it. There it is. Everything is maxed. So the next fusion orb that I pick up, I will be able to make the Sunstorm. Since I have healers, I can be a little bit more reckless with my position. Excuse me, positioning. Definitely don't want stone. Flaming enemies light on fire. Deal bonus fire damage on the next hit. That's pretty good, actually. I'm setting a lot of fires. So something that maybe spreads that fire a little bit. Sounds like a really powerful bonus to me. And this is the part where I just start chain gunning the boss. There he goes. Not enough. I'll take the level up then. Fusion. Here we go. Sunstorm. Let's see how wacky this gets. This lightning to strike nearby enemies every second, dealing damage. Blind all enemies in view, and add 1 stack of burn, which lasts for 8 seconds, dealing that amount of damage. And the area effect from Storm also inflicts the status effects from Sun. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, that's so powerful. That also... Oh, it actually stayed at level 3. Cool, so that's maxed out now. I'll pick up a ghost. That means I am electrocuting and igniting everything that my Sunstorm passes through. And thanks to Midnight Oil, it also means the fire spreads to do bunches and bunches of more damage. And because Storm is still in the mix, it still has the pass-through enemies capability. That is delightful. Alright, Ghost is maxed out now. Ghost is another one of the types that passes through enemies. Everything just being constantly blinded on fire is incredibly powerful. When they're blind, they do less damage to me. Because I have healers constantly running around, I've basically minimized my damage that way. And I recover from it immediately. Ghost lasers! Which means now my laser also passes through things. And everything it passes through, each individual enemy it touches releases another laser. But that line is now also ended. Once you get one that is fused, like Storm X Sun, or Laser Horizontal X Ghost, you can't fuse them anymore. That ends the chain. Because it's not an evolution anymore. I just thought of a long-term project that could be interesting to see if I can even get it up and running. So, a long time ago, I used to be a real-time strategy player. I was never actually good at it, though. But I did very much enjoy the games that I played of it. And I think it could be cool to go back through Red Alert 2. And get to actually experience the campaigns of that again on stream. And if I could get Command & Conquer Generals up and running, I know that that one is definitely moddable very easily, so. And getting to show off some of that would also be fun. Yeah, I'll put it this way. I still own the original discs that those games were on when I played them the first time. More poison or more bleed? I'm gonna go with poison. Hands? Skull. Well, I mean, it is called Bonex Yard. It's got a crown! This must be a skeleton king. And this is where the real bullet hell comes in. Fortunately, the game is very helpful. It gives you this nice blue circle that shows you exactly where your hitbox is. As long as the blue doesn't touch a purple, I'm fine. And there we go. So these are the final stats that I had after all the level ups. You get a random +1 to every something whenever you gain a level. And let's have a look at the damage charts. Yeah, that looks about right. Really, Sun did a lot more damage than I thought it did. Combining those two is definitely a good move, though. Like, that trucked. Midnight Oil was definitely a good grab. That contributed a lot of bonus damage. So all those things combined didn't quite hit 1 million, but there we go. I got to pick up a whole bunch of nice stuff on the way out. To 2 people who are free that I can assign to these. I've definitely got the resources to upgrade them. Release the people! And now they're upgraded. Huzzah! And whenever I get back into this, they'll be ready to send another harvest out to do another upgrade. But that brings me to time, folks. So, all things considered, I did enjoy today. I definitely... That's the wrong screen. I definitely had a hard time with Mega Man 3. Especially playing it directly after 2, which handled a lot more fluidly. Was not expecting that stark contrast. I almost wonder if it would have been better if I had played 3 separate, so that I had time in between them to not recognize the difference as starkly. I think maybe in the future, something I may consider doing instead of doing the 2 at a time is just have one of those randomizer seeds up and ready to go. So that way I have that I can fall back on in place of doing another Mega Man game or something along the lines of Ball X Pit, where I can just, this was the challenge I set for myself, this is the rest of what I did. Because the sheer difference between 2 and 3 felt very odd. Just in the way that Mega Man handled. And I don't think I liked that. And if I can get through these without having to encounter that problem again, that might be for the best. Because that'll help reduce some of the frustration of playing through the ones that feel more clunky. But that being said, I do hope for the folks who joined me tonight that you enjoyed what you watched. I know you guys weren't able to stick around the whole night, but that's perfectly fine. If you do end up coming back later, hey, I was glad to have you here, and I look forward to seeing you again. So, until next time, which will be 2 days from now, I hope you have a good night. And thank you so much for your time. Take care.